November 22nd, 2024 Club Cubase livestream. My name is Greg Undo, and I'm the host of the livestream today. If you have not attended a livestream before, how it works is you can ask questions in the live chat field or send questions in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de. When asking questions, realize that my ability to answer questions in a real-time manner may soon be eclipsed with the number of questions. But I will go through all the questions chronologically as asked. So if you don't see an immediate response to your question, if we could avoid asking the same question repeatedly, that'd be appreciated. It just makes it go faster. We also, and when asking questions, if you could specify which level of Cubase you're running, so if it's 11, 12, 13, which level, if it's Cubase LE, AI, Elements, Artist, or Pro. Also, which operating system, so that information is helpful. We should have an index of all the topics covered in today's live stream pinned to the top of the comments field several hours after the live stream ends. And if you wanted to search for topics being covered in previous live streams, we've covered over 36,000 topics. You could go to cubaseindex.com, and we want to thank Jan from Stockholm for creating that site. We also want to give special thanks to Agent K and Jazz Dude, who serve as moderators. They're not Steinberg employees. They just do this to make it a better community experience, and we appreciate their efforts. And we'll also give a special shout out to Jazz Dude for his work with the unofficial Cubase Nation Discord, a wonderful resource of information for the Steinberg community with links to different tutorials and videos. So it's a great site where you can find lots of answers to questions you may run into. Once again, my name is Greg Undo. I work with Yamaha Corporation of America, and I specialize and primarily focus on Steinberg products, and I'm the host today. I'm in the United States, just outside of Washington, D.C. area in Alexandria, Virginia. So if you're watching this live or if you're watching on replay, please feel free to leave a comment of who you are and introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. It's always fascinating to see people from all over the world. All right, so let's go ahead. We see Tim Weinheimer on from Mission Viejo, California. We see Uno Memento from Finland, who just upgraded to Cubase 14. We have Tim K from Zeist in the Netherlands. His cat Buddy is waving a paw to hello to my cat Stephen, and to Stella, Mark Rabin's dog, and any other pets. All right, so we have Drift Music saying cheers from Cambridge, Ontario. And he says, as of today, I can order from the Denny's Senior menu. Going to load up on my grilled cheese and fries. Happy birthday. My birthday was just a couple weeks ago. And Drift Music says he's at work with walking pneumonia. Treating myself to Club Cubase. My birthday is no place I'd rather be. Well, we hope you're feeling better, and sorry that you're sick on your birthday. It's always a bummer. All right, we see Jan from Cubase Index. We have Stefan checking in from Sweden. Element asks, hi Greg, how to define a formula to have all notes within a pitch range, C1 through G2 in green, and outside of this range in red automatically? So I don't think that there's a taking like particular MIDI notes, so there's different criteria for MIDI notes. So let's go ahead. I'll just open up a different project here. So, we can colorize by velocity. We can colorize by pitch, where each pitch has its own color. We can colorize based upon the channels, but I don't think that we could colorize based on pitch ranges, but let's go ahead and give it a try. So we'll come over here. So when we look at our MIDI data, we can colorize by velocity, pitch, by grid match sound slot. That would be if we're using articulations, and by voice. And we do by scales and chords, but I don't think that we could say, come over here, take these, let's go to our color tool, and let's see if we can manually apply a color to it, which I don't think we can. I think it's just going to be we could apply colors to events, but the MIDI notes here we can, and again, once we kind of come over here, I'll just make sure there's no. Yeah, so with that, it seems like something with all the amazing things that we could do in Cubase that we should be able to do. But again, if we come over, we could colorize based. So if we colorize based on pitch, each pitch can have its own criteria. And let's see if we do setup. So each pitch can have its own color, but it's not a range of pitches. And if we come over here, you know, so we could do that, but it's not necessarily a particular range that is going to allow us to do it. So if we wanted to colorize based on voice, so we could do like, you know, SATB and have those be different colors, but not, unfortunately, a like pitch. This range of pitches is going to be green and this will be yellow. Sorry about that. I'll make sure to pass it along as a feature request. All right, so we have Detlef checking in from Dusseldorf. We have Taylor from Music for World Peace Records from Pine Grove, Pennsylvania. We have Beltram checking in from Sweden. All right, we have Terry Gray checking in from Chile, Minneapolis. Great to see you on. Hope you're well. We have Dragon Babik joining from Switzerland. Conpa Pam just says, hope you're doing well. Thank you. All right, we have Jabagnap checking in from Milwaukee. Just bought Cubase 14 Pro. Dallas LaRue from Las Vegas. All right, so we see David Griffiths says, hi everyone, Dave from Wales here. Thanks again for sorting my issue last time, Greg, clicking on the add button when loading Groove Agent kits to the pattern editor. So I'm glad it's working for you. Great to see you on. Okay, we see Conpa Pam says, from Canada using Cubase 13. How can I mix to music track and have different tempo and make them all sit in the desired new tempo? So if we want to, let's say if we have a music track, I will come over, let's just import a quick audio file. Okay, so let's say if we want to find the tempo of this file, like we can see that it's not lining up with the metronome. I'll just take that off loop. So what we could do is come over and I'm going to just take my project menu and do a tempo detection. Let's say analyze. And this will place it into 1/4 meter, so because there's often pickup notes, or it could be a song in 3/4 or 6/8. So let's see if the beginning starts the song. Okay, so it seems like it does. So I'm going to change my meter here to 4/4. So now if we want to add additional loops or MIDI and have that on the grid, we have the tempo that's been detected here. So if we want to grab a loop, we can now come over, let's say we'll just, so if I drag this loop, and one of the things that we could do is just to make sure that the loop that we drag in is going to be in musical mode. So if we audition with the musical mode turned on, what we could do now is, or we could just click right here. So this loop is playing at its original tempo, and when it's playing in musical mode now, I can I'll just take this, and we could have this loop automatically play to our tempo detected. So now if we want to change the tempo of, like, the basis of the song and have the original song follow the tempo changes, what we could do is we could select the audio file here. Since this has varying tempo, say a different tempo on every single beat of the project, I'm going to select this file, and we can do this for a single file or for multiple files, and we'll say set definition from tempo. And that's basically embedding all of the tempo changes into this file, so that now if we want to play back a steady tempo, I could turn off the tempo map here, and I can say let's make it play at 136. Let's make it play at 108. So now what was varying tempo is now automatically following the tempo of the master track right here. So whatever tempo we have, or if you wanted to take the tempo and re-enable the tempo track and just do some editing, so you say, okay, I want that part of the song to slow down. We'll have it go back to its original tempo. Or if I want to take this whole part of the song and speed it up. Or if I want to straighten the tempo out to make it fluctuate less. So there's lots of great stuff you can do. So if you want to take existing file that is varying in tempo, you could do the tempo detection and have other files follow that. If you want this file that had varying tempo to conform to tempo changes, go to your audio to advanced and say set definition from tempo. And you'd have the event selected, audio advanced, set definition for tempo. And for like loops and other MIDI parts, just make sure that the loops, when you select the loop event, that it's in musical mode, and then that will automatically be like a tempo parasite for you. All right, Bratman Studio says, hey Greg, got everyone out of the house. It's just me and you streaming Club Cubase, and it's Cubase 14 up and running, so I could try out all that I've learned. Thanks. Yeah, just one quick note, a week from Friday in the United States is a holiday, so we won't be having a live stream on Fridays, so I'll mention that towards the end, but in case I don't forget. So next Tuesday will be our last live stream of the month, and we will do our Zoom social meetup, and that's a way that you could meet other people that are on the live streams. It's always a lot of fun, just, fascinating discussion. So if you get a chance, next Tuesday afternoon, we'll go for about 2 hours and then switch 2 hours into the Zoom social meetup. All right, so we have Hamo1974 just saying, sending cheers from Finland. Rebel says, what's the easy way to split at grid when creating hi-hats in the MIDI editor? So let's see if we have. So if I come here, let's just send this. Okay, so let's say, so I'm not sure what you mean by split at grid. So let's say if we have a, let's say we have a long note here. Let's say it's going to be my hi-hat. Okay, so let's say we want to put on F# 3. Okay, so let's say I have just a long hi-hat note here. Okay, so as we look at it, I'll just snap that to the grid. Okay, so if we want, just elongate this part to the part. Okay, so if I want to split the particular note into, like currently we have one note, but if I grab this scissors tool and hold down the Alt key, and let's say I just want to, I'll just turn my snap on and say I'll just put it to 16th note. So if I hold down my Alt or Option key, we can now just immediately kind of split at the grid. So come right over here and say, okay, I want to hold down. So if I just cut, we get one note, but if I want to cut at even intervals, this is kind of what you're wanting to do. So right now we'll have one hi-hat. But if I wanted to split that into multiple hi-hats, if we look at the velocity lane in the lower, again, hold down the Alt or Option key and split, and we can now split at even intervals. So if we say, okay, let's do eighth notes, or so whatever kind of resolution you want, whatever the first resolution you cut at is. So if we say, okay, I want to do quarter notes, so just hold down the Alt or Option key and split the note, and it will cut at even intervals from there. So let me know if that's kind of what you want to do when you say split. Split at grid. Okay, so Hamo 1974 says, is Groove Agent 6 still in the making, or is it forgotten now with all the new drum features in Cubase 14? So I had seen some discussion. I'm sure that they're working on new things for Groove Agent 6, so I don't think it will be abandoned with the new drum machine in Cubase. All right. All right, so we have Obvious, who's also in Las Vegas, same city as Dallas LaRue. All right, we have MC from Asbury Park in the house. We have Michael Graybill checking in from Dallas. All right, Fontecha Estudio. Sir, how you can link the right automation in different MIDI channels? All right, so let's say if I want to come over here, I'll just activate this. Okay, so one of the things that you could do is, if we, just want to select all these channels. So if, let's say if we want to link these, I'm going to hold down, let's see if I hold down Alt or Option plus Shift. So now we could choose to write automation in all of the lanes. So if I wanted to come here, and let me just see if how can you link the right automation in different MIDI channels. So if we have these selected, and now, so I have the track selected, hold down Alt or Option plus the Shift key, and then we could kind of do the same function for all the channels. So if we want to come over here and write or read automation, we could just hold down Alt or Option plus Shift, and that setting will be, whatever I click on will be applied to all of the channels. But let me know if I'm misunderstanding. All right, so it says question, sorry, can't read Cyrillic. I'm sure. It says, at this moment, I'm using all Cubase 13, Absolute 6, Spectral 11 Pro, and Windows 10, planning to switch to M4. Does all these Steinberg stuff work with Apple Silicon without Rosetta? So yes, all those programs are Apple Silicon native. So we were one of the first DAWs to be Apple Silicon native. So yeah, you'll be all set. You can still run it on your PC and run all of them on your Mac, because you could have 3 different computers authorized to run. So yes, they'll all run in Apple Silicon native, which we recommend that you do for performance, just by why you're buying an M4 processor. All right, so Got Yours is saying, anybody that has Cubase 14 Pro had any issues like we did with graphics when 13 Pro first came out, and have you seen better performance? So I think we can see what other people mention, but if you see it, you see lots of comments that Cubase 14 has been, every version they kind of optimized the code. I think all of the graphics issues were resolved within the 13 life cycle, and those elements weren't reintroduced with 14, but we can see what other people say as well. But I think even if you go online to different forums, we had a comment the last live stream that people were complaining that their Cubase booted up too fast for them, and they didn't have, time to, had less free time because Cubase was working so much faster. All right, wonderful to see Soren checking in from Sweden. All right, great to see Mark Rabin on. Everyone say a big woof to Stella, Mark's dog. All right, Razel Zemini just says, hi Greg, question, my C drive is almost full and I want to clone my drive to a 2 gigabyte new drive. What will happen to my activations? What should I do or don't? I haven't personally tried this, but to be safe, I would go onto your My Steinberg account and deactivate your particular computer for, so if you go into your My Steinberg account, I would deactivate the licenses on your computer before you do the backup. And then when you put the new drive in from your My Steinberg account or your Steinberg activation manager, just simply activate the new drive with that. So that's what I would do. And it could take you like 30 seconds to do. All right, so we see, hi Greg, on the new volume shaping tool nodes, it seems that you cannot copy and paste a section to another area. Is that going to be an update possibly? I'm not talking about the automation. So yeah, I think so, just for everyone's benefit, so we can see this. So if we have like an audio file and we're doing our clip gain changes, and let's say we come here and we've adjusted kind of all of our changes. So I think that the thinking is that these volumes are going to be applied to a particular event. And if it is going to be, let's say, the same event, that, it may not make sense to have the same volumes on a different event. And if it's a different length, if it's different material. So when I come over here, let's say if we add an audio track, that if we copy the event, so I just hold down my Alt or Option key, that since it's the same material, but I'm not sure, I know it's convenient to be able to say, okay, you want to copy the automation from this to that. And while it may kind of make sense thinking about it logically, if it's going to be different material, I'm not sure if you would actually take the volume changes from one event and copy it over to another event, or just copy if it's going to be kind of the same materials. Regardless, I'll pass it along as a feature set because we can't currently copy this, but I think that's kind of the design intention. So that, if you put a different audio file underneath this and copy that, does that make kind of audio sense? Is that a practical workflow thing, or is it just copying for the sake of copying? Regardless, I will pass it along as a feature request for that. All right, we see Mark Rabin giving Jan props for Cubase Index, and Jan from Cubase Index giving props to Jazz Dude. Grateful for both of you. All right, so we see I think it's Mr. Hyde, I'll say. Hello, Greg. Just a question. Using the new drum machine, I've noticed that we can't bounce from pattern, but we can switching to a MIDI part before. Is it possible to get back to the original pattern? So I don't think, let's take a look just to make sure. We may be able to do it with the track version. So let's say, if we come over here, let's go to, let's say, our pattern. I'll go to my drum machine here. Okay. Just okay, so let's say that we have a quick pattern here. Let me take it out of loop. Okay, so I'm going to drag this pattern to my timeline. Okay, and let's see if we'll duplicate a track version, and let's see if we convert that to MIDI. All right, so now I have MIDI, and let's come back to version 1, and we still have our pattern here. So if you want to duplicate the track version, you could have one track version that is the pattern. And if we go to a different track version, we could now have this as the raw MIDI data. So while you can't necessarily go back, you can work with kind of two parallel paths. So if you always wanted to go back, you could just go to the track version with the pattern. And again, just choose to duplicate that version and convert the duplicate to MIDI. And then you could go back and forth between the pattern and the MIDI events on the same track. All right, we see Steven says that's a cool capability. All right, so we see Ian Rushmore says, hi Greg, hope you're well. Can we please get a search box in the preferences dialog? I get word blind trying to find a setting I'm looking for. So I think sometimes when we see Steinberg, this is just an observation as someone who's been kind of affiliated with Steinberg for a number of years. So when you do the preferences, like sometimes when something hasn't been tended to in a while, so preferences, there's obviously a logic to the organization. There isn't a search function, but usually when something like this has been kind of left in the program for a while, instead of I think that their approach might be, and this is just purely speculation, that there might be kind of a design overhaul for this coming, maybe instead of them kind of incrementally adding some functionality. So what Steinberg does, so like, they were behind on modulators for a long time. So instead of kind of doing something to kind of put to fill in the cracks of functionality that wasn't there, like a stopgap type of function, they'll come up with the modulators, which is incredibly complex and very deeply thought out. So I could envision, and I haven't heard this from anyone, that the preferences could be an area where this could be kind of a complete revamp to make it a little more obvious and easier to navigate and easier to find things. So instead of trying to fix this, there may be like a new paradigm, and that would just, again, purely be my speculation. So we see a lot of that in history of Steinberg development. All right. All right, we see Mark Rabin has found a solution to the ghost in his amp chain. It was a bad speaker wire. As we say in software, it's always a hardware problem. All right, David Griffiths asks, hi Greg, I do a complete Windows reset every year. What's the best way to ensure I don't lose anything from the settings that I set as my defaults, please? Cubase 14, PC, Windows 11. So, save your template as onto a different file. Like, save that so you could recall it. But go to your edit menu, to your profile manager. So some things will be kind of stored. Some aspects of the program will be stored, within a particular project. And some things are more global. And if you save a template, all the things that are going to be kind of recalled through a project could be recalled through there. And then the rest of it would probably be just recalled. All of your preference settings will be recalled through the profile manager. So again, go to your edit menu, to profile manager, and export your profile before you do your Windows rebuild. And then once you reinstall Cubase after the Windows rebuild, simply come right over here and import those particular preferences. All right, wonderful to see John Costigan checking in from Kenosha, Wisconsin. All right, you see Mark Rabin just talking, says one of his fixing his amp chain was one of the hardest diagnostics in the studio world ever. It took me almost 6 months, almost a complete replacement. Final wires showed up today. We're glad he got it figured out. Yeah, I remember like Peter Frampton, one time he was playing out and just an outdoor gig, and kind of this like a really unexpected storm came, and a lot of their equipment got water on it, and he had, and for like 2 or 3 months after, he was having just like intermittent problems and trying to track that down. So it took him a couple months, and it was like one cable between 2 units on his pedal board that was causing it, I think. So yeah, it's not fun. All right, Uno Mementos telling everyone to whack the like button if you like, and you like. All right, so Rebel says, thank you. That's exactly what I was asking for. Thanks for letting me know. All right, David Griffiths just says, is there a way to split all MIDI notes in a MIDI part into even intervals by highlighting the notes and using the scissors tool to split them all into 16ths example? It only does one at a time when I try. All right, so let's take a look. Okay, so let's say I'll just duplicate this and I'll just get some whole notes here quickly. Okay, so let's say we want to split all of these notes in 16th notes. Okay, so let me just set my... Okay, so I think that we could come over and we could use kind of, let's say I want to set my 16th notes here. We'll set our quantized value to 16th notes. And let's make it a macro, because I think what we could do is basically nudge the time frame and split the MIDI. So let's make a macro. So we'll come over here to key commands. Okay, so we'll do new macro. We'll say okay, so first thing we want to do, so if we have a kind of a phrase like this, let's set our quantized value. Let me just check to make sure I have it. Okay. So let's add that command, and we want to nudge cursor right, so that's going to nudge it by 16th notes. So let's add that command, and I think that we could just do split at cursor. Okay, so while I'm here, let's go ahead and just resize my window here. So again, what we're going to do is we'll undo that. And you could set like different, so you could choose if you want to do a different rhythmic value, you could set the quantize. So now as I do this, I could just run this macro and just keep running it, and it's going to split all of the MIDI at 16th notes. So to make the macro, you want to set the quantized category for the rhythmic value. So if you this way, if you do this, you could have a different preset for 8th notes, 16th notes, 8th note triplets, quarter notes, whatever rhythmic value. Or if you want to just set the quantized value manually, then we're going to transport nudge the cursor to the right. That will nudge it based upon the quantized value that's set. And then we're going to go to edit split at cursor. So now we could just come right over here, and as we just run the macro, it's going to advance to the next 16th note and split all of the MIDI that's in the range. So let me know if that makes sense for you. So again, split MIDI at 16th notes, quantize category, set it to the rhythmic value that you want, nudge cursor to the right from the transport, and then from edit, split at cursor. So let me know if that works for you, David. All right, so wonderful to see Michael Teams from Weatherford, Texas. I believe the virtual ice cream distribution will begin now. Michael Teams is on. All right, so we see from Leisha, it says, is it possible to zoom in on the sample in the new drum editor? All right, let's take a look. Okay, so I'm going to drag this over. So it may not be, let's take a look. Yeah, I don't think that there's a way to do it. I mean, we can, let's see if we blow this up. Yeah, I don't know of a way to do the editing with, like, for the sample editor here. So I think that's kind of fixed. But if you do it inside a Groove agent, you can. That gives you more kind of sample editing capabilities of the individual samples. Jazz Dude just saying for him, Cubase 14 is much faster. All right, so Mark Raven just saying, Greg, first off, in case I'm absent next stream, happy Harvest Fest. Thank you, and I hope you and your family are well. And you're making music. Thank you. So yeah, I'm actually doing, I have 2 orchestra rehearsals on Saturday and Sunday, and then get two rehearsals and a performance the week after Thanksgiving here. But if we don't see you, we'll miss you and hope you have a wonderful Thanksgiving and great times with your family. See, Steven says, Cubase 14, no issue so far. And Mark's had a couple crashes, but overall very happy with the improvements of Cubase 14. All right, Feldspar songs. Greg, I'm getting a difference in sound when importing media bay samples. I've checked preferences and no difference in sample rate, etc., but it sounds like some kind of mismatching. Cubase 13 works fine. So what it could be, check when you go to preferences. This may be a preference that changed its default state, but when you go to editing to audio, make sure that you have convert to project settings checked here, because it may not be doing a sample rate. It may not be doing a sample rate conversion when importing it if this is unchecked. So again, go to your preferences, to editing, to audio, and make sure that convert to project setting is checked there. Okay, so we see from Dragon Babic, how can I use isolated bassline from Spectral layers and change it to MIDI track that could be usable in live playing? All right, so I think I have kind of an unmixed project here that we could use. Let's see if it's in my recent. So I've done kind of the unmixing already on this particular project, so we don't have to wait for that process. All right, so let's say we're going to take this project here. And now So we have the bass kind of isolated. So what I'm going to do is just drag my bass out. Let me just... Okay, so now this is the isolated bass part. What I'm going to do now is just come over and I'm going to bounce selection. We could go into Vary Audio. I'm going to add just a quick instrument track here before we give this a shot here. So let's add the electric bass instrument. Okay. So I'm going to go into Vary Audio. Let's do its analysis of the bass part. And now from Vary Audio, we're going to say extract MIDI. I'll do it on the first selected track. So the bass is muted. So you can, so just dragging this out from the spectral layers. So you'll see your layer, drag it to the project window, and that will automatically, so if we just solo the track, it's going to be without bass. Now I'll just add the MIDI bass in. So you get an idea. So that's how you could do it. But once you have the spectral layers, drag it out. You'll see all the instruments. You could drag it out. And this is after going to your modules and doing unmixed song. And then you could just kind of drag it right out and then take that. I did a new, I bounced selection to create a new audio file and did the Vary Audio analysis. And from within Vary Audio, under functions, I extracted the MIDI. All right, so we see, are the drum machine and modulators lower zone windows not resizable? I'm unable to expand upwards, Windows 11. So I think the drum machine is, but you might have to, so if there's no drum machine, I don't think that it will do that. But if we add a drum machine track, let's see if we, and we have like a preset here. I think that we could gotten this to do it before. So, and the modulators are kind of fixed because they're all designed to kind of work at this height. And a drum machine is really kind of designed to work. Let's see if we break out. So we'll break out the drum machine here. That we can kind of resize the drum machine, we get more. And but if we wanted to come to, let's say, you know, our group settings, so it doesn't look like it's really super resizable, but again, the interface is really kind of designed to work in this particular area. And if we go to our modulators, you know, so as we add our modulators, again, kind of the graphic user interface is designed to work in this. If we wanted to kind of spread out to see, the intention is to keep these kind of roughly the same size, but if we have 8 separate modulators for different elements, that we could just kind of keep, where we couldn't necessarily see all of the modulators maybe in the lower zone, that we can come over here and, easily kind of navigate and spread this out perhaps farther than we can. But, the heights are kind of designed to work in the lower zone while they could be broken out, but that just kind of keeps the interface consistent as well. So we see Val asking, is there a way to turn off the gain fader in a clipped left bottom that was new in Cubase 14? So really, so I don't think that if you zoom, it will disappear. A lot of people had complained before that if they had a particular audio event and they kind of, maybe were resizing from the bottom, that they adjusted the gain of that particular event. So that's going to be kind of fixed on there. I don't know of a way to turn that off. So I don't just while, so it's always going to be, visible, because it's something that was, previously visible. So I think it's going to be kept on. But let me know if you wanted to, not see it when it's not actively selected, kind of like the gain line, and I could pass that on as a feedback. Okay, so we see from Hamo 1974, any possibility to create a plugin that generates CV output from MIDI? There was a few alternatives a while ago, but they seem to be abandoned. Yeah, from what I heard, that none of them were kind of working as expected, and the CV kind of has to go out from like a DC coupled audio interface, so it's really not so much MIDI. It's kind of like two different languages that are really kind of working. So I don't know if that will ever be accomplished. I think if it was easy, it would probably be done already. All right, so we have Prod by Abe Howell. Says, thanks for doing these. I always learn something useful. Cheers, bro. So thanks for tuning in. Glad it's helpful for you. All right, wonderful to see Nick from Essex in the UK. Just hoping that everyone is well. Great to see you on. All right, so we see Soren says, Greg, may be a long and impossible question to answer. Part 1, when I want to compare full quality from streaming services, Amazon Tidal, ASO, where there's lossless streaming. Let me just see if there's... I need to compare my local full quality file.wav with the recording of the stream song. I want to invert the phase and find full cancellation, proving it is the same quality. So what I would do, it's hard to do because, what I would, there could be some factors, but one approach could be that, because what are you listening to it on? So if it is the same audio interface, so if your audio interface has a loopback mode, so I could come over, let's see if I could have this set up. Let me go to a web browser. Okay, so I'll just... Okay, so let's say I'll just play, and I'm going to set my audio output of my audio interface. So I have a UR24C, so I want this to be my UR24C streaming music. So let's say I play...
New modulators upgrade in Cubase.
All right, so let me just find something that's not a
New
short...
modulators upgrade in Cubase 4.
Okay, so let me just... Okay, so I'm going to...
Welcome back to the official...
All right, so I'm going to add an audio track here. And for the audio track, I want to say we're going to do our UR24C streaming, left, right. All right, so I'm going to arm that for record. I'll turn down this. So let's say I start recording in my Cubase.
Cubase YouTube channel. My name is Stephen Bedall, and this is part 2 of the Synthwave series.
So now I'm recording the audio through kind of the same interface.
So what we're going to do in this video is expand on the ideas that we put down in part 1 of this series. We're going to focus on building an intro, breakdown, and outro section, and we'll start thinking about ways to effectively move between those sections.
Okay, so now I go back to my Cubase, and we can just come right over here. I'll pop this out of record. And what we're going to do is we have
mixing and mastering a track from scratch. So what we're going
So this way we're not having any conversion differences. So with my audio interface, I'm using the audio interface I route the YouTube to play back through my UR24C, and other interfaces may have a loopback function similar. And then I just record that into Cubase, and then I could take these two files. So let's say if I copy this file, I'll add a stereo track. And then, so you could take, let's say this is your mix and this is the recording that you just did off of the streaming service. You could get an idea.
Channel. My name is Stephen Bedall, and this is part 2 of the Synthwave series, where we are writing, mixing, and
see.
So what we're going to do?
See if it cancels out
on the ideas that we put down.
So that would be one method. So if like the UR24, the UR interfaces will allow you to have the same interface kind of in two separate drivers. So try to set the output of your YouTube directly into the streaming, and then in Cubase set that as your audio input. So we'll have my streaming left, right, and then I could capture all of the audio from YouTube, and that way it's kind of, there's no additional conversion stage, and it's all kind of utilizing the same converters for that. So give that a try, Soren. Let me know if that makes sense. And if you have a different interface, you might be able to do like a different workflow of some kind. But that way it's not a conversion issue as you're working. All right, wonderful to see Alan Johnson says, hello, Guru Greg. I trust your wife and son are well. They're great. Says he hasn't upgraded Cubase 14 yet, still using Cubase 12. Caught COVID between 13 and 14. Actually tampers with one's ambitions. Well, it's great to see you on. I'll be at NAMM this year, so hopefully I'll see you there. And I hope you're recovered from your COVID, and you'll love Cubase 14 when you're ready to upgrade for it. All right, so do we have John A. Walker from Cosmos Original Records on? Thanks for joining us today. All right, and just kind of follow up a third part of Soren's question about the comparison. It says, do you know a way to get the perfect position for the files? A perfect alignment is needed between the files, otherwise it becomes not cancellation because of that. You know, it's pretty easy, I think, you know, like if you have the initial attack. So let's say I have these two files here. I'll make them larger. You know, like once you kind of zoom in on like a transient, you know, you could say, okay, like this transient here, so if this one was a little bit off, you know, you could set kind of the cursor. So let's say if I come here and I just kind of knocked this off here. So let's say, okay, I want right at the transient here, and what you could do, I'll just take my snap off, is, you know, just kind of take like the start position, and if you wanted to align kind of the audio itself, or you could even just kind of come right over here and just kind of nudge the events until you kind of, you know, so a lot of times you can eyeball it, and as you kind of zoom in, you say, okay, I want that's going to be right in that little nook and cranny right there. So I think it's pretty easy, but yeah, it is critical for you to kind of line them up, but I think it's pretty simple to do, just eyeballing it like that. All right, we see Michael Teams is granted Jan from Cubase Index 1 gallon of mint chocolate chip ice cream. See, John A. Walker just says it's an early Christmas present. We have Michael Marshall checking in from Somerset, UK. So yeah, thanks for Michael sending your VST connection, your VST Connect question. So the one question I was thinking of when you said that you had version 4 is make sure that the artist that you're recording is at the same version number that you are. Because if they downloaded VST Connect version 5 for the performer, and you're running VST Connect Pro version 4, then that could be causing your it not to align. So if there's a mismatch between the performer and the VST Connect version, that could cause it not to work as well. All right, Tim Weinheimer says, I loaded a song into Wavelab 12 Pro. The song was in the red on the UF loudness meters. Should I correct in Cubase 14, or can I correct it in Wavelab 12? So either would work. If you're going to be doing like a bunch of songs together for like an album project, I would probably do it in Wavelab so that you have kind of context of how each song is playing out against each other. So if you skip from song to song and this song is louder or softer sounding, that you can make corrections. But if it's just kind of one song, either place would work. All right, so Ian Rushmore just says, thanks, Greg. I hope you're right about the preferences overhaul and that we get a search box. Keep us posted. Yeah, so yeah, hopefully it'll be coming, but I think that's kind of a typical Steinberg type of thing to do. All right, so we have PETA checking in from Austin, Texas. All right, so we see FlyV just says my VST folder is up and I found a bunch of Cubase loops and instruments folder. So all right, so yeah, so I'm not sure if FlyV, Vince, if that's a question or not, but let me know, or if you just discovered some additional loops. All right, so we see Mark Rabin says, Greg, yes, intermittent issues only show themselves when you have paying clients. Yeah, it was super fun. So, yeah. It's kind of how you handle it, I guess, is the important thing. But yeah, it's no fun. All right, my chat field just jumped. So let me. Okay, so we have from Ian Rushmore asks, is there a way to blind test in Cubase? So let me know if you wanted to do kind of like what type of blind test do you want to do? So, you know, we have kind of like an A-B comparison. So let's say if I revert this project here. All right, so say if I wanted to go to a plugin, and maybe we're going between like two different scenarios. So let's say, okay, I want to test the black valve on it, like between two different settings. So I think if we come over here, we could say switch to B setting. So I'm not sure if you could do that. Let's see if there's a keyboard shortcut for that. Yeah, it doesn't look like a keyboard shortcut, but I think what you could do also, all right, so let's say I have this setting. I'll do a different approach, and maybe we'll try snapshots on the console. So depending on what state of the project you're in, I'll just, let's say I go to my mix console here. All right, so I could come here and take a snapshot, and we could choose to, I think, just do it on a selected channel. We go, so now let's come over, and I want to do, let's see if we can do completely different settings here, and take a snapshot. So there is now key commands to switch between snapshots that was added in 14. So let me come over to my MIDI remote. Mix console snapshots. So now we could come over here. And while this is playing, I could let's see if I have this. then I'll just say, please don't show that again. So I could just kind of hit buttons and switch. So you kind of know which one is which. But if you wanted to just come over here to the site to your MIDI remote, you could have kind of like different A/B settings. So that might be an approach. So if you wanted to do kind of blind processing, you could do that. But let's see if we go to the MIDI remote, if there's, so I think we could recall the specific snapshots, but so under key commands, you'll see mix console snapshots. So you could kind of go back and forth between the two if you wanted to, but it may not be blind because if you're triggering it yourself. But if you wanted to switch between those, you could assign keyboard shortcuts to the mix console snapshots if that's helpful. All right, Exodus Studio Productions asks, I recently purchased an Alesis SR18 drum machine. Do you know if I can use Cubase to program drum grooves and import them to the SR18? Looking for easier way to program drum patterns. So I don't think that that there's a way on the SR18. Yeah, my first device was a HR16, and then SR16 worked with that number with a number of people. But I don't think that the SR18 can accept. I don't think it imports MIDI files. So if you're, you could obviously program inside of Cubase, but I think it's more of a limitation. So I'm not sure if you could import a MIDI file or import external programs from another source into the SR18. So I think it's a limitation. A lot of drum machines you could synchronize to play in Cubase, or have Cubase send MIDI data out to it, and the pattern is inside of Cubase, and it sends the MIDI data to the drum machine, and the drum machine generates the sound. But I don't think that the SR18 would have a way of accepting incoming data for that. But maybe if we add a MIDI track, and we come over to the drum editor, and so let's say if we're in the drum editor, if it's going to record, you could send MIDI data out, from Cubase to the MIDI drum editor if you want it to. But I'm not sure if it will accept like MIDI coming like from a external, this could be just MIDI data that's coming in. So I'm not sure if it would record that into its own drum pattern recorder, or like if you had like an electronic drum kit, you could take the MIDI out and play the sounds. But I'm not sure if the SR18 can capture the incoming MIDI data from the MIDI port, or if it's just going to capture it from the drum pads for its internal like drum programming portion. All right, we have a question from Rebel. What is loop mash? So loop mash used to be a way of kind of taking different loops and kind of mashing them together, saying I want to use the rhythmic characteristics of this, the tonal characteristics of this loop, and when you could mash different loops together. It was a discontinued instrument because the development team that did it was no longer doing it. But we've also now, so while we don't have the instrument, we have the effect, and we'll show that as, so we'll come over here to, let's say our loop mash, and this will show up as an effect under the other category, and this will allow us to do kind of more performance effects like DJ type stuff. So if I want, as I'm playing this, if I want to do, I could set different rhythmic pulses here. So different stutters. Or if I wanted to do a capture, and you could play all this from MIDI. We're gonna play. So you could just kind of do like kind of more performance DJ style stutters and different effects like that using Loop Mash FX. But that was a part of the instrument plugin. The instrument plugin, while it didn't survive, the plugin is the effects, which a lot of people used, has. All right, so we see Scotty Shy says, is there a way to automate 2 different volume faders at the same time from a MIDI controller? I'm in Cubase 12 Pro, and I seem to only be able to automate 1 channel at a time. All right, so I'm going to use just a MIDI remote here. So, and I have this kind of set up in a MIDI remote. I'll do a brand. I'll just come over here to my untitled page. So if I want, I could just right click here and say, okay, let's add this to the MIDI remote. So I move my fader. It controls the volume. So I select, let's say, the first channel, right click, MIDI remote, click apply mapping. Let's go to the second channel. And we say, so I have a different fader here. I'm going to apply the mapping. So yeah, let's go to channel 3. I select this. So I move the fader that I want to control that. MIDI remote, pick up for mapping. Double click. So we go to my mix console. And now I could have, 3 faders that are controlling the mixer. So fader 1, 3, 2, 1. So make sure that each of your MIDI, if you have and if you want it, so, depending how it's configured, you could have, 1,000 faders, 128 faders controlling individual tracks, and you could bank. So, but let me know if you have it configured in the MIDI remote or not, and that's an easy way of being able to control specific faders. All right, Mark Rabin says, Greg, I want to be here. My speakers work. So that's good. Dallas LaRue asks, is there a way to save a song to a new folder? So all you'd have to do is just come over here and choose backup project. And the backup project function is going to want you to define a new folder. So we could come over here, we'll say projects, and we'll say new folder, and we'll say Amos Moses back up November 22nd, 2024. All right, so now I'm going to hit open, and we could give a project name and hit OK, and then everything is going to be saved directly into the new folder. So again, come over to backup project. Come over here, we could say, okay, we're going to select a new folder, define the new folder, and then just go hit open, and then you could give it a name if you wanted to, and then the entire project will be backed up to the new folder. Then you could delete the original one if you want. Okay. See, Ian Rushmore says the Autosaves folder is great. Now we need one for .csh files. All right, forward thinking is, let me clear my throat real quick. It says, hello, everyone, checking in from Wales. Looking forward to learning new skills as I do from Greg each week. All right. All right, we had the artist known as Love saying, hello, I hope everyone's doing great. Thank you for everything, Greg. So you're welcome. Glad to have you on. And the artist known as Love wants everyone to hit the like button. All right, and we see Jazz Dude mentioning the Spectral Layers 11 Pro 30-day trial. So yeah, and also check out the new Steinberg Cyber Deals promo. So there's discounts on Spectral Layers, VST Live, a lot of virtual instruments, including Groove Agent, I think is 60% off. And there's also an update from Iconica Sketch, which comes with Cubase, to Iconica Opus. So check out all the savings for kind of the Thanksgiving time frame, Black Friday, Cyber Deals. Check out that promo. All right, Steven says, one Cubase 14 issue I've seen is it's trying to load something it can't find, and the dialog box warning opens behind other windows, so Cubase 14 appears to be hung because you didn't click OK the warning box. Sometimes not all of the warning boxes are called up by Steinberg, so sometimes the warning boxes could be a plugin, and depending on what is the active window, if the plugin's licensing isn't working or it's an iLock issue, some of those may just pop up behind other windows, but it's not Cubase that's doing it, it's often a third-party plugin that's triggering that message, so sometimes it's out of our control with that. All right, so West Star Media asks, can I find a way to change the track panners from left to right to the wide panner option in Cubase 14 Pro? In Cubase 11, there's an icon in the pattern boxes. Okay, so let me just add a stereo audio track. So you need to be on a stereo track for it to be visible. So we'll add our stereo track. All right, so when we come over here, let's go to, let's say, our channel. And I think if you just kind of right click in the panner, you could choose to be the balance panner, or right click to be a stereo combined panner. So just kind of right click in there. So let's say if I right click in the inspector, we could switch between balance and stereo combined panner. So just right click there, and then you should be able to switch between the two stereo panners. So let me know if that helps. All right, so we see Dragon Babic just says, thanks very much. All right, Michael Teams has granted John Costigan 1 gallon of hot chocolate with marshmallows for him and his wife, and a bottle of chocolate vodka to help. All right, Alan asks, how do I assign a remote controller to the master mix level, not the control room level? I could not find a map to. Okay, so let's come over here. Let's get to my mix. All right, so I want this window. So let me just right click here. And we'll say MIDI remote, pick up for MIDI mapping. I move my fader. And now this fader on my MIDI remote is controlling my volume. So if I go over here to my MIDI remote, That's moving. My mix console, I'll slide this over so we see the master fader, still moving the same remote. So again, just right click. So you don't have to necessarily search, and then you'll just say MIDI remote, pick up for MIDI mapping, and then move the fader and click apply mapping. So that's kind of the elegance of the system, that you just kind of right click on a parameter you want to control, and then you're all set. All right, so Steven just says use the VCV rack plugin to get CV output. Thanks for sharing that, Steven. So wonderful to see Gareth on from Bilbao, Spain. All right, so Marco Polix, hi Greg, I'm on a rather new M2 Mac and something is happening at Cubase sometimes just shuts itself and I restart and everything is fine. How can I find/focus the problem? I know about the log, but it's so limited. So, if, see if, it's hard to know without kind of seeing what's going on. A lot of times it could be like third-party plugins that are crashing. But, sometimes you'll get like a little error message, but there is a log. And if you want to email me a crash log, it can be pretty detailed. I usually don't understand them on the Windows platform. There's like a little debugging tool that could kind of do a quick analysis of crash logs. But if you want to send me your crash log, instead of like just what kind of comes up on the startup assistant, I'd be happy to pass it along to support to see if they could get it figured out for you. All right, so we have Cornell checking in from the Netherlands. Thanks for joining us. All right. All right, so Marco just says, I hope Cubase had that sandboxing levels as Bitwig. When something fails, it just shuts that off, and what the problem is immediately located. So I think that you can't really do. When I had asked about this years ago, it was that they couldn't do the sandboxing, and this may have changed, but I think at the time that they couldn't really do sandboxing on Mac OS, that it was something that the developers didn't have access to. It that may have changed, and they always want to have the as close to feature parity between different operating systems as possible. All right, so we see Michael Teams is working on the new Hot Mess album and new solo LP at the same time. And his solo album's almost finished. All right, so we see VPE says, hi Greg, is it possible to transfer drum parts created in the standard editor into the new drum editor? So the pattern editor doesn't import any data. So if we come over here, there's so let's say if we add a drum part, and we'll make it a pattern event. I'll just that now when we go to the editor, that this would show up, but there isn't a way to import data. So I think the design intention was that you would program the beats here initially, and then be able to take it. It could be something, I'm sure that someone has obviously thought of, the possibility of doing that, but I think the initial implementation. So a lot of times, like when they're coming out with a new feature, kind of observing the process, it could be, add this, add this, add this, add this, add this. And at some point you have to say, okay, this is what we're going to do for the first version. And then they'll, add more features. But currently there isn't a way to input or translate a MIDI event into a pattern event. Because the pattern events also can do things, like playing in different directions that general MIDI events don't do. So it is slightly different, but there currently isn't a way to do that. Okay, so we see YPE says his name is pronounced IP. So thanks for the pronunciation guide. I appreciate it. All right, my chat field jumped to me. All right. Everyone's happy that Gareth is on. And Gareth is happy that Nick is back. So. All right, so K12LA asks, can you select a section and Command X, and after that press X? This would put a crossfade, but instead it's bugging out. All right, let's give it a shot. Okay, so let me just do something that's kind of in the middle. All right, so we do. All right, so it doesn't look like. All right, I'll do just a small section here. Okay, so this is, can you select a section and then Command X, and after that press X. This would put a crossfade, but instead it's bugging out. All right, so we cut that section. All right, I'm just gonna do that one more time. So we'll Command X. All right, so because currently the range is selected, so I don't think it's going to crossfade the range. But let's see if I have these two events. All right. Okay, so it says, can you select a section, Command X, after that press X? This would put a crossfade, but instead it's bugging out. So I don't think, I know that it, so when we do that, it's just that event is still selected, so no events are selected to choose to crossfade. So let me see if I hit X and then so we'll do Command X. Now no vents are selected. So let me try. So, but let me know, K12 LA, if that worked in previous versions and what version. I know that the behavior changed in 13 with, so if we do this, but it's, if we cut out that section, on this track, we could activate the automatic crossfade, if you have that turned on, and that would do kind of a playback crossfade. But let me know if that changed and what version it was different in, and I could investigate further. And you could email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de, or if you want to just leave a comment, we'll get to it before the end of the live stream. All right, so Ian Rushmore just says, to clarify, I want to blind test multiple audio files seamlessly, switching between them during playback to see which I prefer without cognitive bias. Snapshots would work if it was seamless. Okay. All right, so thanks for the clarification, Ian. I'll show you, so it's different tracks. Okay, what I would maybe do is let's add, I'll import an audio file here. Okay, so let me see if we could duplicate this. And I'll do just different EQs on it. All right, so let's say now there's a preference. I think it's under editing. We could do maybe project mix console. We'll say enable solo on selected track. So if I'm here and I hit the S button, you could seamlessly kind of switch using the up-down keys. And that would be seamless, but you may, so that may be an approach. So you would maybe know where you are depending on the number of down keys, how many times you go down or up, but that way it's seamless. Let's see if there's a way to randomly select a track in the Project Logical Editor. I don't think so, but let's take a look. Yeah, I don't know of a way to have it, you know, so, but if you wanted this seamless aspect, if you have the 3 tracks and then with that preference enabled, and again, it's going to be under Project and Mix Console, enable solo on selected track. Now we could just kind of, you know, select the track, and as we use the up-down arrows, Now we can say, okay, I want to take this, and as we have, like, let's say our tracks selected here. And that way you could kind of seamlessly go back and forth and audition some different ones. So. All right. Okay, so you see Michael Marshall just says no mismatch of versions. It's specifically a licensing issue. The license's USB dongle has failed since Cubase Pro 1305 and Cubase Pro 14. I'll see if I still have it and I'll test, but I will reach out to the team in Europe to see if they could find your support request form. Timing Guitars says he's glad that Loop Mash was reintroduced. So it was actually just the Loop Mash effects wasn't taken away. So. See, Val says he uses Loop Mash effects all the time. Great device. And the Timing Guitars use Loop Mash and a classical guitar to create a tape stop effect. All right, so we see Peps Aaron says not succeed to play on my keyboard in scale on live. Okay. Okay, so let's say we will come over here. Let's. All right, so say I'm gonna just play around tonality of C major. Okay, now what we want to do, if you want to do like scale correction as you're playing in, I'm gonna create an event, we'll double click, we'll go to the scale assistant, and we'll say I want to set to C major, and we're going to snap our live input. Now I'm just going to play the black keys, which are out of C major. So it would be, you know, C sharp, E flat, F sharp, A flat, B flat. So, and I will just record this particular part. And let me just hit record this time. Sorry. Messed that up. Or we'll just do a quick retrospective record. Okay. So now when we look at our notes here, let me just make sure I had the live input turned on. So I'll just hit record again. Okay, and we're going to use the editor scale, C major. So I'm playing all black keys. And we'll see, I'll just zoom out so we can see the note names. And they've all just transposed immediately. So all the black keys have transposed. And I will see if we could do this so you could see the data delete those notes. Let's open up our virtual keyboard. And the virtual keyboard now you could resize. Isn't that cool? It's an undocumented 14 change. I just noticed that the other day. Okay, so our editor scale, when we come over here to our Rhodes part, we're going to be in C major, so hit record. Sorry, let me just solo that. Just find where it's coming from. Okay, so go up to the Rhodes. And so I'm going to hit record. I'm going to play just the black notes. All right, and I hit a couple of bad notes there. So now when we go to look at the notes, but not record on top, but let me just go into this part. So again, we just say, okay, C major, we're going to use the editor scale. And as we blow this up, we can see that even though we played all black keys, everything is showing up and it's migrating to the editor scale. So let me know if that's what you want to accomplish, perhaps Aaron. All right. All right, so we see from K12LA and just the earlier question about the crossfade. So, so when you say, did they fix the crossfade anyway? So let me know if that behaved differently than what you had seen before, but I wouldn't expect it to crossfade. You know, because there's no, so if we come here and we hit the Command X, we cut the part. Are you wanting to crossfade just between those two, or is it a small cut where you say, okay, I want to get rid of just this? You know, or like, let's say a very small selection, Command X. And let me know if that's the right modifier, or if you're doing, is it? Or let's say if we're here and we do Command Shift X and then doing a crossfade between those two events, but when you say just Command X, it's just going to leave a gap. So but let me know if it behaved differently in an earlier version, and I'd be happy to kind of look at it some more. All right, Michael McAndrews says it just purchased Spectral Layers Pro 11. Too cool, it works. It's pretty scary technology. All right, so you see Val just asking about the quiz prize update. So I'll reach out again. I think I have a meeting with my source on Tuesday of next week. So sorry about that. I will see if I can get it chased up so we could have maybe an early Christmas present, an early delayed Christmas present. Sorry. See, Tyreman Guitars is saying about Spectral Layers. I managed to separate vocals from a backing track on a really old track to remix it. Right, Gareth wants everyone to pan the like and show your love. Mark Rabin, my chat field just jumped. It says, Greg, what do you think is your most answered question? When is the new version coming? So that's probably. All right, so Bratman Studios is asking, what is a stereo combined panner? You got left, you got right, huh? Okay, so let's take a listen to it. All right, so when we have a stereo track, and all right, so we'll come over here. So there's two different stereo panners. There's a stereo balance panner and a combined panner. Okay, so let's say we open this up. All right, so when I'm in a balance panner, I could pan to the left or to the right. So we could take a stereo source and pan it left, right. So, but what a balanced panner or the combined panner is going to do is I could take a stereo source, and where I have two channels, I could move the stereo source all the way to the left or to the right. I could have narrow, so I could pan the whole track to the left or right with narrower or wider panning spectrums. And if I wanted to just keep going upward, we'll see that it changes colors and we could reverse the panning. So that's a cool kind of automation trick, so that you could just come here and swap your left and right channels. So stereo combined panner allows us to take the stereo source, make it wider or narrower. So let's say I have stereo keyboards on the right side and I have stereo guitars on the left side. So, or I wanted this to be wider or narrower on specific tracks, or again, reverse. Whereas our balance panner is just going to take the source and to the left and right channels. So we could narrow a track, and then like when it goes into the chorus, expand the panner out on a particular track. Or you want to make, you want to take the overall mix of a track and keep it there. When the chorus comes, make it wider. So you could use that as a creative panning effect too. So you could do like annoying mix stuff like that. So there's two different types of panners. So instead of having to move two different knobs, two different parameters, which could be hard if you're mixing with a mouse, we could combine and move the left and right channels independently together with one single mouse. All right, so we have a question from FlyV. It says, question, Greg, does Dissolve break up a drum pattern made with electric drum kit into separate tracks like if you have that usually? So I'm inclined to say no, but let's give it a try. I haven't tried yet. So no time like the present. All right, so let's go over to our pattern editor. I'll spend hours programming my new drum beat. I'll take a listen to it here. All right, so I will just make sure I add a drum track that's going to be in stereo next time. All right. All right, so we'll do this so we can hear it in stereo. So we'll go to the editor, Okay, so we drag this out. Let's see if we could, yeah, because currently it's not a MIDI part. So I think that, and again, we can duplicate the version, convert to MIDI, and now dissolve the part. So now as we do this, we'll mute. And now they're all on separate tracks. So you'll need to convert it to MIDI. And again, you could just come over here, keep the pattern as we showed earlier. Keep the pattern available, and just come over here, make a duplicate the track version, and have your duplicated track version where you could see the MIDI part. All right, Marco Polix just says, so cool that loop mash, didn't know it existed. All right, so the Calvillo Empress asks, do you know why some of my instruments won't show in this search bar? So if they are VST2 plugins, so if it's like the plugins aren't visible, and it's when you switch to 14, if you go to your VST plugin manager, you'll see a enable VST2 plugins option here. So if it's a VST, perhaps a VST2 plugin, go to your studio menu to VST plugin manager and just make sure that you enable the VST2 plugins there. If that's not it, just let me know like which instruments aren't showing up for you. All right, Anthony Clark says, hi Greg, I installed Cubase 14 Pro over 13 Pro and I'm not able to save or load presets on Windows 11, but only where the inserts. I can save and load presets only from the right side of the audio channel. All right, so let's say if we have, we'll add a track using a track preset. So we'll have some inserts. Let's add an audio track here quickly. Okay, so I guess it's not able to save or load presets in Windows 11, but only where the inserts. I can save and load presets only from the right side of the audio channel. So I'm not sure if you're trying to do just like save an effects channel preset, but if you right click here, we can save an effects channel preset. And we'll just call this Anthony. So now if we get rid of these and we jump back to user presets and we'll say track presets audio. Make sure I'm in the right folder. So user presets. Oh, it's maybe I saved it as effects chain preset. Yeah, Anthony. So now I could just drag that over and all those. So let me know if it's if I'm going down the wrong path and which presets that you're trying to save, if it's the like track presets or effects chain presets. All right, so Alan just asked, can you please explain when Groove Agent or Hallion has missing files, how to use the interface that pops up? So I don't have, let's see, I may have one that the license ran out. Let's see if I come over here. Let's see this one. So, you know, I've seen at times when you kind of load something up and the samples are missing. I have all of my samples being found, but one of the things that you could take a look at is there's a utility that's installed that's called the Steinberg Library Manager. And if we just kind of pop over here to, let's say, Groove Agent, you know, you could see all of your kits that are here. And if you go into details, you know, you could actually see the path. But if you have like a specific, you know, first off, one of the things that happens a lot of times, people go into the Steinberg Download Assistant, and within the Steinberg Download Assistant, they may download a lot of Groove Agent and Hallion instruments and not purchase them. And then when you go to load them up, it could give you like a warning message saying, oh, we don't see the license for this, or we don't see the kits. And, you know, so let me know if you've actually purchased all of the kits and if you have a license for it showing in your Steinberg Activation Manager. But a lot of times I get this message, a lot of people will download, you know, it's like, oh, look at all these Groove Agent kits. They must all be free. And they don't show up in your My Products until you've activated your download access code. And then once there, you can see everything in your My Products area of your Steinberg Download Assistant. So if you could let me know if that, you know, if that's applicable, that'd be helpful. All right, so we see from the Calvillo Impresa, says some of the instruments won't load in the Instruments tab. So if you could let me know which instruments aren't loading and if you have licenses for them, and just kind of like, as I just mentioned, for the Groove Agent kits, some of the, if you downloaded programs, then at that point, you know, if you downloaded programs not purchasing it, it will, you know, you may get, you know, the ability to not load up particular instruments. All right, so Ted Moose asks, has Cubase 14 got any AI stuff in it? So it comes with Spectral Layers Go, which has AI functionality for unmixing and for spectral editing. We could go into how, let's say, there's some AI functionality here with the random functions within the pattern editor. So if we come over here, we could have advanced randomization. We could have, you know, and so we could actually, if we have like a kick drum selected, we could select kick drum or snare drum or low tom, hi-hats, etc. And we could have random patterns that are applicable for those particular instruments. Or if you didn't want it to be applicable for those instruments, so like no one would ever play a hi-hat like this. You know, you could also, like, as we come over here and generate patterns, we could choose for it to be fully randomized, musically randomized, or hybrid between the two of them. So this way, like, you know, like your kick will probably be on a downbeat because most people would use a kick drum for that. Or if you didn't want that, then you could just choose complete full randomness. So there are some AI functions and algorithms going to be within the pattern editor and also within the new score editor, so that when you're actually looking at a lot of, you know, how it's going to be interpreted in a score. So if we wanted to just look at this and say, you know, how do we take a MIDI performance and make it look beautiful in a score? You know, we could just come right over here, and these interpretive flags that we're seeing in the notation, based on kind of the Dorco technology, we can just come over and just say, okay, I want to, see just, particular parts. We could do that. So all these things. So there's a lot, I wouldn't say that they promote it as an AI algorithm, but if you want it to come over here, how the notation is interpreted could be considered AI by marketing standards, even though I don't think Steinberg markets that because it could come off a bit gimmicky overall. So. All right, so Ian Rushmore just says, thanks, Greg. I didn't think of using the arrow keys to blind test. So I'm glad that'll work for you. And you could duplicate those 3 tracks 3 or 4 times and just kind of, that way you don't know exactly where you are if you're doing 3, and you always know if you go down 1 or up 1, that's going to change this, and just duplicate those particular tracks multiple times and start in the middle as well. Alan says, thanks for the MIDI mapping remote tip. It's so simple that it was me that made it difficult. Sometimes you need to unlearn stuff. Yeah, that's kind of the beauty of the MIDI remote is, the concept is really we have a limited number of controls. We shouldn't expect a controller to mimic the interface of a instrument or plug-in or mix console. It's never going to happen. Otherwise, your controller would be like a large format console. But to use kind of remote controls more effectively. So, but yeah, it's a great simple approach. All right, so we have Gerald Ely checking in from a wet California. So yeah, so I've been watching kind of the polar vortex storm over there. So hope you're doing well and staying dry. All right, so you see, is there any way to convert a MIDI event to a pattern event and vice versa? So we can't convert MIDI to patterns, but any pattern that we have, so I think we're just, so anytime that we have a pattern event, let me just, what we could do to convert the pattern into MIDI is, we'll just come over here. So if we have, so when we see the pattern in the project window, so we would drag the pattern editor into the project window. So as we come up, and then you'll see a little drop down that'll say convert pattern event to MIDI part. So we could take a pattern into MIDI, but we can't at this time take MIDI into a pattern. Pedro Miguel asks, can you do the Zoom social meetup if I only have a Zoom free plan? So yes, so I would be hosting the meeting. So it's our, the license that Yamaha Corporation of America has paid for. So you could just attend. So you don't have to have Zoom at all. You don't have to have a full Zoom license. I have the full Zoom license for work, so we could do the Zoom social meetups. So yeah, and we hope to see you online with us next Tuesday, Miguel, or Pedro Miguel. Perhaps Aaron says, yes, thank you. That's what I want to know. So it's good. Glad I got it right. My chat field jumped. We see Gerald Ely has been granted 1 gallon of sunny strawberry ice cream. That will hopefully make up for the wet weather. And he says, and Uno Momento has 20 centimeters of snow. All right, so we see in Ableton, I could drag an audio file to a MIDI track and it turns it into a MIDI part with the chords intact beautifully. I tried the same with my beloved Cubase, but the chords come out not identical. All right, so when we come over, let's say, let's see if I will come to this project. So let's say I want to take this song here. All right, so when we come over, we can say, okay, I'm going to create a chord event from this. So if I don't have a chord track active, we can come over here. So I'm not sure if the other programs have chord tracks. So let's say, okay, we want to create chord events. All right, so let's say we have our chords here. And as we want to come over here, now if we want to, when we have the chord track available here, we could have different voicing options for the chords. So if we want to, take my chords, and let's say before I do that, I'm just going to do a quick tempo detection on this so that my chords actually show up on the grid. So we'll come over and do our tempo detection. And let's say we want this to be in 4/4. And now I have this track selected. We can come over, we'll create the chord events from that. All right, so we have a drum intro, and now we see our chord events here. And at this point, what we're going to do is, if we wanted to take our chord events, again, we have different voicing options. So you could have basic, piano, or guitar. So if I just do basic, and we come over and we go to our chord track again, I could drag this to a MIDI track, or we could just say chords to MIDI. And let me just add a quick MIDI track here. And chords to MIDI. All right. And then, so you could have different chord voicings depending upon what you're doing. So if you're doing piano, you may see an octave down below. If you're doing basic chords or guitar chords, so there's multiple chord voicings that you could utilize. So if you're not getting kind of the expected results, make sure that you're adjusting the particular voicings for the chords. And then each track could have its own independent voicing. So a piano could have different voicings that are following the chord track, it could be different than a guitar part, so that they are applicable for the instrument. All right, so we see Roland Stuff checking in from Sussex in England. All right, great to see Daniela on. All right, and we see JVI on. Great to be glad to see you. All right, so we see Greg just got the Cubase Black Friday offers are online, but they are very poor this year. At least they are expensive. And this is a Jubilee year. Any Christmas or Happy New Year discounts are planned. So I think up to 60% off is pretty good. So like Spectral layers and I think VST Live are 50% off. So some of the instruments are like 40 to 60% off. So, and we just did a promotion for 50% off of Nuendo last month. We had obviously the 50% off plus the 70% off for loyalty programs. It's the month before in August and September. So I think that at 50% off, the normal cost that most of those programs are worth the price, and 50% off is still a great deal. All right, Carlton Joseph says, hi, how do you explode parts in Cubase 14 Pro? So that's something that's in the score editor that hasn't migrated over. So as we are, in Cubase 13 and earlier, you could go to the scores menu and there's an explode function. So currently we're at the first generation of the next generation of score editors. So some of that functions haven't made it over, like guitar tablature. So, the team has a list of issues, and they're like, I think every time we see maintenance release, we're going to see more and more scoring features. So currently there isn't an equivalent to that in 14, but if you followed the Dorico team's progress, you could see that they're pretty aggressive with coming out with a lot of functionality pretty quickly. All right, so you see Gareth's pizza disappeared, so that's probably good. I hope it tasted good. Okay. So we see JVI says he's back, but the audio isn't working. Let me know. I'll just do a quick test on my end here. You may hear it echo. Usually have it muted. Let's see if anyone else is having audio problems. Okay. All right, so on my monitoring computer. All right, so it seems to be working on my separate computer that I monitor on. So let me know if anyone else is having problems hearing the audio. So great to see Sable Winters on from Bay Area. And Michael Teams is granted Sable 1 gallon of chocolate banana ice cream. Okay, so you see from JVI, quick question, had a brain freeze, I'm stuck in old desktop as laptop died, can't remember how to make editing a MIDI track, how to make sustain pedal follows. Okay, so let me just open up like a MIDI part with sustain. Pedals, let me just look at that. Okay. Can't remember how to make editing a MIDI track, how to make sustain pedal follows. So let's say if we have a piano part, kind of. All right, so say, do you want this sustain pedal to follow the event? So like as you do the editing, you could just move the node and have that snap to the events like so. So if you want the sustain to last until the next, right before the next note, that as you move the node, that the sustain can continue on. So let me know if that's what you want to do, JVI. All right, so see JVI still having problems with his sound. So see if any other YouTube, if you have sound from any other YouTube video, out of curiosity. All right, we see Michael Teams is granted Daniela 1 gallon of Texas pecan ice cream. All right, and we see JVI has gotten his audio back, so that's great. All right, so we see Uno Memento is first time this winter time he's on skis, so that's great. All right, so we see Da Vinci Girl says, why not include Jubilee Year, Cubase, or Nuendo again? Just question if there are Christmas and Happy New Year discounts are planned that I do money reservations. So, generally we don't talk about promotions in advance. But there were, just last month there was, 50% off Nuendo promo. So, we generally don't repeat that every other month. So, but, we just different products, and Steinberg has a broad category of products, and certain products are going to be featured at different times of the year. All right. All right, so Mark asks, hi Greg, how do I specify a path for the Cubase 14 Autosave folder? So it's actually going to be at the same root level. So what would happen in previous years, we'll just show you. So it's going to be a fixed path. So if we go to Documents, and let's come over here to Projects, we'll just... Okay, so when we would get people's projects, let me just... All right, so say if I get this, just see if I can find one that could show it. All right, so this is a kind of a typical example. So at the same level as where the project is, you could have the .bak files. So people would look at this and say, okay, I see .bak files. Where is my actual project that I could double click to open and have the latest one and not see the backup projects? So the .bak files were at the same level as the projects, and people didn't like this. So what we did is when we come over, let's say, when we go to Cubase 14, at the same level as the projects are stored is where the Autosaves folder is stored. So this way you know exactly where it is. When you back up the project folder, all of the autosaves are backed up with it, and it's going to be in a separate unique folder and not kind of clouding up the folder like we see here, where everything is, the .bak file and the .cpr files are in the same location. So when we come over to Cubase 14, we see that the autosaves folder is at the same level as the backup, and all the autosave files are directly in there. So it's not necessarily a user definable thing, just like where the audio folder goes in the project is automatically created, so it knows where to look for audio files, it knows where to look for backups, It knows where to look for edits, images, track pictures, etc. All right, so we see, sorry, my question wasn't clear. I meant the setting where if you select notes, a sustain pedal will be tied to them. Thought it was automation follows events or something. So I think probably what it is this little, there's a setting, let me find an icon where the controllers can follow. So auto select controllers. So let's say now when I select notes and I move, that the controllers will move right along with it. So again, probably what you're missing is maybe this icon right here, the auto select controllers, so that as we move events that the controllers can move with them. So let me know if that's it. So just again, right here, auto select controllers. See, Sable is sharing her favorite Trader Joe's chocolate coated bananas called Gone Bananas. Trader Joe's is fun. It's kind of a cool little funky grocery store chain in the US that is kind of known for expanding a lot of people's culinary offerings to more international foods. So Gareth is just saying the Groove Agent is at a great price right now. So yes, I think it's 60% off. All right, Cool Story Studios asks, hi Greg, are there plans to have Cubase 14 save samples to the project for the new drum machine? So I've kind of brought that to their attention, and I think it was maybe out of scope for the first initial release. So hopefully we'll see stuff, but I've asked kind of the same exact. But I think it might come. You know, they're aware of kind of the design case of it, and then if it should also work the same way with everything, every instrument that could load up samples. So sometimes when it's an instrument and the instrument is being used outside of Cubase, that that you may not, that it should be saved with the instrument in case you want to use that particular preset and those contents with another program, since it could be running as a standalone VST instrument in other programs, or but since the drum machine is kind of fixed to being, it's not a plugin, but it's kind of a fixed component of Cubase, that there should be a different approach to saving the content that people are using for that. So we see JVI says that's exactly what I meant, but I don't see the icon. So if you don't see the icon, sometimes, let me clear my throat real quick. If you don't see the icon, what you can do is, let's say if we are here, just kind of right click, and then what you'll see is the auto select controllers. Make sure that it's checked. Now sometimes it could be that it's just way off to the right and you may not notice it, and if it's kind of low, so we go top to bottom is left to right in the design. So if I go to auto select controllers, you could just move that up. And if you just move it up vertically here, that would move it more to the left and make it more visible. So right click in the settings, and then you could choose, the auto select controllers to be turned on right there. And you could reposition it. So if it's not checked, try moving it up the list and move it after something that's obvious, and then you could see the function. All right, so see from Cool Story Studios, just says thank you, so welcome. All right, let me get to some of the questions that were sent in advance. All right, I'll open up a quick project here. So once again, next Friday, we won't be doing a live stream because it's a holiday here in the United States. All right, let me activate this. And I'll revert it. Okay, get my list of questions. All right, so we had a question last time, and I was kind of working with this because I've gotten a question a couple times of how to enter in MIDI CC data to multiple parts at once, where we could kind of draw in MIDI CC data for like a composition, let's say for strings, and we wanted to increase the volume or modulation to control dynamics or expression. So let's take just a quick listen. Say we have like a little string part. Okay, so we could see that in one approach that I was kind of playing with that I think works pretty well once you get it set up is to come over and let's just activate lanes. Okay, so I'm going to activate lanes here, and I'm going to, I have some here, but we'll show you how to add these kind of one at a time. Okay, so like I wanted to have where I could draw in like a MIDI volume message and have that same MIDI volume applied to all of the parts. So we're going to open up lanes, and when we see lanes, we'll have an empty lane. I'm going to just double click, and let's create an event here. It's going to be kind of like the length of the lane. So we'll make this the same length here. Okay, and what I want to do is hold down Alt or Option plus the Shift key, and I'm going to open up the lanes in all the tracks that I want to control. So when I hold down the Alt Option plus the Shift key, and then if I accidentally moved it in time, I could just hold down the Control or Command key. That's going to make a shared edit. Let's come down here, Alt and Option plus Control Command, keep it in the same time. I make another shared edit. I will come here, let's make another shared edit, and we'll do it for our bass part. Okay, so as we do this, if we close the lanes for all of the events, what we could do now is we'll play back and we see and if you put these into a folder, we could say, okay, I want to do folder editing. I want to see all, so we have 2 lanes of data. So we can have this, and I could switch by going to the bottom center of all these and say we want to go to lane 2. Now when I double click on lane 2, we could just come over and say I want to enter in volume. Now since I held down the Alt and Option key plus the Shift, each of the lanes is now a shared copy between the different lanes. Okay, so when I double click on lane 2, I could say let's go to my main volume, and my main volume now I could just draw in, and we notice that this will be applied to lane 2 on all. So I drew in one one track, and that volume has now been applied to all of the parts. So when we play, let's say I want this to be louder for all the parts. So we have it get softer. Now each of the parts will have this. And it'll get louder. So this way I could draw in CC data for one event, and it's going to take effect to all of the tracks and play it back. And if I, again, want to come over here, we could do our group editing. We could close all the lanes. Yeah, there's keyboard shortcuts we could use for that. So I could see the CC data, and the CC data plays. It doesn't replace the notes. So this layer is for notes, and this layer could be for CC data. And you could go back and forth. So again, to do this, add a lane and copy the lane using the Alt or Option plus the Shift key to lane 2 of the other tracks. And that will make it a shared copy. Then you could draw in MIDI CCs in lane 2 and have it affect the music that's in lane 1. So we could have a separate lane for MIDI CCs that are shared, and that way we could have independent CCs on the track level. But if we wanted the same CCs to be shared across multiple events, they could all be used as a shared copy, so that as we draw in CCs on one particular event, it'll be applied to all of the tracks. All right, so we had a question about how to move an event and have it do adaptive snapping. So this was a term I got to learn this week. And someone was kind enough to do a video of it. So let's say, and what they meant by adaptive snapping, let's say this event starts on beat 2, like this bass line of following this drum loop. All right, so we want to make copies of this event, but have it always start on beat 2, not beat 1, but always starting on beat 2. So what I want to do, the default settings we have is grid. So if I have my grid here set to bar, when I move an event or copy an event, we can just have this, let me just turn on my snap. So when I come here, I could have the beginning snap to the bar. We could also choose to have it go to the beat. So if I move it, I can move it to any beat, but I want to keep it within the same bar position and just move it so that it snaps, so the beginning will always be on beat 2. And to do this, we're going to set our grid resolution to bar, and let's set it to grid relative. So now when I move an event, it's going to snap directly to beat 2. So I hold down my Alt or Option key, we can make a copy. It's not going to snap to the beginning of the bar. It's going to snap to its relative position within the bar. So again, if I have this set to normal grid as I move, we can just have it snap to the beginning of the bar, to the beginning of the beat, not necessarily limited to beat 2. But if we wanted this to snap to its relative position, set the snap here to bar and set it to grid relative. And now as I would move an event, it's only going to snap to its relative position, in this case beat 2, within the measure. So as we play. All right. Our next question. I'm using Cubase 14 Pro with Steinberg UR44C interface. Can you select a range in Cubase 14 and have the mutes and mute the selection of audio, or do you still have to split the event and then mute? So in previous versions of Cubase, we would have to, if we come here, I'll just take my snap off. And if we wanted to mute a region of an audio file, so if I have my range selected, I would have to split the audio, and then, so we could choose to kind of split the audio and then mute. In Cubase 14, I could take this selection and just hit Alt or Option plus the letter M for mute. And now that would mute the event and then split, so that we don't have to split the event before. So I could just take a selection, Alt or Option plus M, and that would, if I want to, just take that selection there and unmute it. So we do not have to split anymore. We could just have, when we mute the range selection, that it automatically does this split after. And we can now do this also for if we are getting into, like I want to come here and I want to also, a very similar situation, if we want to do clip gain just on a section, we could now just do clip gain without having to split this section. So that was a lot of complicated macros I made to kind of get around that, and now they're trying to put my macro business out of business by making workflow better. So a lot of great stuff that we could do there. So you do not have to select the range, split the range, then mute. When you select the range and Alt or Option plus M, that will mute the range and split it for you all in one. So now you could do that from a keyboard shortcut as opposed to utilizing a macro. All right. Okay, so a question. I want to be able to see the peak meter of the stereo out when I'm working on other tracks, so I can always see when my total volume is too high. Is there a way to have an indication of volume, that the volume is too high while recording on other tracks? So let's say we're listening to our selection here. So if we go to our control room in our right zone, so we could now, I'll just not mess up my, let's say we'll take our little orchestral piece here. So if we just have our master meter, we can see what our loudness is. So say we're tracking, recording, so whatever we're doing, we could just have our master meter in loudness units or in dB, always visible here. So while we're doing edits and work, so if we want to look at it, so this way we could always have this meter open on the right hand side, so it doesn't have to be your media bay. You can see your VST instruments, but you can see a full master meter if you're in the control room. So we could also see your meters right there if you want to see within the control room. So just open up the meter on the right zone and you could always have the meters visible. Okay, next question. Our band uses the MLive B-Beat device to play our backing tracks, all created in Cubase, and the B-Beat device can use external MIDI files to control other devices using MIDI connection. In my case, it's a Line 6 Helix amp, where I like to change the amp presets at the beginning of the backing track. Question: how can I create an external MIDI file in Cubase to send MIDI data to control an external device? Okay, so let's say what we want to do, I'll I'll just... Okay, so we're going to create a MIDI event. Okay, just a MIDI track, not an instrument track, but just a MIDI track. And when you're changing presets on your line 6 as a helix, what it's basically going to be utilizing to change the presets is going to be a program change message. So we could do this a couple of different ways. Probably the easiest way to do it is just to come over and we'll create a blank MIDI event. So we could just double click in Cubase 14, create a MIDI event, and we could extend it out. And in the MIDI event, let's say, we have song 1 starts here. We could see our controller lane. Often this will default to velocity. But what we're going to do is to send a MIDI system common message. A lot of people think of it as a MIDI CC. I don't think technically it is. But we'll come over here and we'll select program change. So let's say we want, and as we come over here, we could just say, okay, I want to put in a program change. And you'll see to the right, as I move vertically up or down, what the program change is. So let's say, okay, the first song I want program change 71. My second song comes in here, I want program change 110. And this part of the song, I want the solo to kick in the delay to a different preset. So we could just enter this information as program changes at the specified time. And then when you're done, all you'd have to do, and you may just have a single track, is to go to your file menu and export a standard MIDI file. And that MIDI file will just contain those program changes. Those program changes, when you take the MIDI out from the hardware unit, the B-Beat, the M-Live B-Beat device, you'll take the MIDI output and feed that into the input of your line 6. And as it plays along, the line 6 will send a program change. Each program change will probably be 0 through 127. You'll have 128 presets. You could then just have those program changes automatically sent at that particular moment in time, so you could just play guitar and not worry about it. All right, so we see for the cyber sale going on, there's an offer for Iconica Opus that is $50 cheaper than the regular one. It says upgrade from Iconica Sketch. Is that the same Sketch that's included with Cubase already, or is it another standalone product? So it is the one that comes with Cubase, and we'll go to the Steinberg site here quickly just to show this. All right, so we'll come over here. So you see all the different instruments that are on sale, VST Live, sound and loop sets. So let's go to instruments. So you can see Groove Agent is a slamming deal. All right. And you can upgrade at a great discount. M Guitar. So let's look at our Iconica Sketch, probably under orchestra stuff. Okay, so let's look at so we'll see update from Iconica Sketch. So we see this SKU right here. So we'll go to add to cart just so we could see it. And we can see that if you want to upgrade from Iconica Sketch, include it with Cubase and Dorico Nuendo, please buy this crossgrade. So that's the unit. So if, usually a lot of times you may not be able to update from plugins that are included with the program since you didn't buy the program or the instrument separately, but now this is a kind of unique promo with that. So if you could take the value of your Cubase investment and use that to get a discount on Iconica Opus, it's a great deal. All right. So we have a question. I just want to ask if there's a possibility to get a click to the person at the performer side in a remote recording with VST Connect Pro. If I have to create an audio track with the click sound, can you please show how to do that again for me? All right, so I think it's when we go to the control room, when we go to the headphone output, that's going to be utilizing, so let's go to the inserts here. So let's say we have our VST Connect Q mix here. So that's going to be a plugin. So let's say this is on our vocals. So just go to the Q mix here and make sure that the metronome is turned on in the Q mix that's being sent to the performer. Now, if you wanted to create a click track based upon the, if you wanted to create an audio track of the click track, we could set the left and right locators. So I'm going to select an event here. We'll hit the P button, and that will set the left and right locators. And what we could do now is if we go to your project menu and scroll down, we will see, let's go to under signature track, and we can see render audio click between left and right locators. And now that will generate an audio click. So that is generated an audio file of the click pattern, just right there. And then if you wanted to come over here to this particular audio track, we could now render this and send that out to the Q mix as well. But I think if you just do it directly from the control room right here, that you'd be able to just send the click like so. All right, let's jump back to our live questions. And again, if you want to send questions in advance, you could send it to clubcubase@steinberg.de. Okay, let me find my spot. All right, Sable Winters is sending a woof woof to Stella, Mark Rabin's dog. All right, so JVI says he found the auto select controllers. Is it a global function on off for all projects, or is it per project file? I think it's global, but you know what, if it isn't, you know where to find it, and then once you save the project, then you should be good. All right, Mark Rabin says they could teach Cubase to animals. All right, so we see from Cycling is Awesome, Cubase is not connecting, so I can't see recent projects, for example. I was also asked to register, but I am registered already and was never asked for. All right, let's see if there's any more. Check, what I would do is just check if you go to your Steinberg Activation Manager. So it's a little utility, so we could come right over here, go to your Steinberg Activation Manager, and you could see exactly what the status of your activated licenses are. So you could see, okay, all of these licenses are activated for me. You can see all products and which licenses aren't activated. So check in here and just make sure that it is activated, and maybe you're not like a trial version that's running out or something along those lines. All right, we see JVI is happy to see Nick on. Just asking him how his favorite British bass player is. Everyone's happy to have Nick back regularly on the live streams. Gareth is saying that Nick has returned from rescuing a remote planetary community in Andromeda, or something like that. It sounds like the new concept album for Hot Mess. So you have it, Gareth. You're a genius. Okay, Greg Roulette asks, I have a trial to neural DSP. I got it to work on my guitar track, but I can't repeat the process. Can you show how I might have done it? So if a lot of times, if there's it could be a difference of when it's on a track that's already been recorded and it plays back through the plugin, or if it's not kind of capturing it live. Like if you're trying to record and hear the guitar sound, which makes sense for a lot of guitar parts because you would play differently with a really hot rodded Marshall sound than you would from a direct guitar. So if it's like during a live, like while you're recording, you're not hearing it, it could be that you have to go to your studio menu to studio setup, select your audio interface, and make sure that direct monitoring is turned off. So what happens is if you're doing direct monitoring, the signal is coming in to the audio input and going directly out of the output. And that's how you get kind of the direct monitoring. It's not going through the software, like the Cubase software effects engine. So a lot of times people may record a part and they have an insert on and they hear it after it's been recorded, but while they're recording, they don't hear it live as they're playing. And if that's the case, just make sure that you have direct monitoring turned off. And if if you're on like Mac OS, you may not see a direct monitoring unless you have a Steinberg interface, because Core Audio doesn't have direct monitoring. It's kind of silly as a native function, so you may have to do it in the control panel for the software. But if it is working when the guitar is playing back through it, but you're not hearing it when it's being recorded, you probably need to deactivate direct monitoring here or within your audio interface mixers app. All right, great to see Club to Breathe checking in from Brazil. Thanks for being online with us today. See, Gareth says he's very happy with his Your RT4, and he says the R&D transformers are magic and very stable. That's great. Glad you got a good deal on it, and hope your power supply is working great for you. All right, Uno Memento says he's close to 100. Who's the luckiest person gets the 100th like? All right, so Nick is saying the chat is not letting me chat. Some things never change. Laughing out loud. So yeah, it's ironic that you can complain about the chat in the chat, but not, but your other messages don't come through. Gerald Ely is just saying not having to split a range in order to mute or adjust its volume. I like that. So yeah, it's anytime that you can save mouse clicks is really important. I had a kind of a famous film composer once tell me each mouse click cost him $5. So I always keep that in mind. He said he had his accountant prorate it for him. All right. Okay. All right, Chaser says, asks, hello, I just purchased before the release of Cubase 14. Can I get Cubase 14? So it's usually like I think 28 or 30 days before. So the cutoff for the grace period was October 8th, I think, this year. So if you activated the license after October 8th, then you're entitled to the grace period update. right, see Terry Gray is patiently waiting for Nuendo to be updated with new features in early 2025. Yeah, so there's a lot of great stuff in there, Terry. All right, Mark Rabin says that Stella says woof to me and to everyone on the live stream, and she has had so many cookies now. When is our next Zoom? So with the holiday Thursday in the United States of Thanksgiving, and in the United States it's and for those people that don't understand the Black Friday terminology, is because everyone had the day off Friday after Thanksgiving, so people would go shopping for Christmas. Hence the term Black Friday. I have to explain that to my German colleagues a lot. And so we won't have a live stream next Friday. So the last live stream of the month will be Tuesday, this upcoming Tuesday, the next live stream. So we'll go 2 hours and have kind of a Zoom meetup after that. So the next Zoom will be on Tuesday, next Tuesday. All right, Jules asks, why are my insert plugins in the control room gone every time I open a project? How can I fix this? So usually the inserts are always pretty static and aren't really tied, they're not project based. So if let's say if I put in an EQP1A in my control room here, I go to a new project. Let's say I just create empty. I hit OK. And we could see that the control room will remain static every time. So like all those plugins are not project based, but they're just kind of based on what the settings are, where they were their last status. So, but if you have screenshots or could capture a video, I'd be happy to take a look at it. And if you want to share it to me at clubcubase@steinberg.de, be happy to take a look at it. All right, we see Michael Pierce has joined. Just hoping that everyone's had a great week, and you'll definitely see us next week. We hope you're recovered from your illness, Michael. And we look forward to your soup recipe on Tuesday. All right, so you see Gareth with his RT4 says in the end the seller found a Yamaha power supply, so that's great. All right, so we see Club to Breathe. His question is, any customization features, future updates for Media Bay window, not the one on the right zone, other than favorites, something like colors or icon symbols? Well, there are icon symbols already, so I'm not sure if you want different icon symbols, but when we go to Media Bay, like the different media types will have, so if we go to a preset versus an audio file, we could see different icons. So let's say if we go to our factory content and we look at effects chain presets, that we could see, any, if we want to see, channel strip presets, that these can have different icons. But let us know if you want to let me know. So I'm not sure if colors would make particular sense, or that could be more irritating if you try to memorize what 9 different colors represent. But you could kind of have and see different icons that are available. So if you wanted to go to different track presets, and each of those will have different icons, like you see here, MIDI files, MIDI loops, etc. All right, so we see I will undoubtedly going to ask this after I get new PC, but how do I deactivate all the Steinberg products that were on the laptop that died? Okay. So if we go, let's come over here, let's get to steinberg.net. So you can do this from a web browser. So if your computer is completely dead, go to your My Steinberg account. Ask you to log in with your email and password. And then you could say, okay, we're going to show our Steinberg licensing products. So we could see that, but let's just we'll jump back to projects. And here you'll see deactivate licenses on unavailable computers. So if it's not able to turn on, you could do it from there. So if you're like, oh, I totally messed that up, or if you're doing it beforehand, go to your Steinberg activation manager, and you could just choose to deactivate this particular computer right here. So just in the Steinberg activation manager, you could deactivate all of your licenses, and then if you, when you get the new computer, log into here with your credentials, and then you could activate them. And again, you could have 3 licenses that could be on different computers, so you could just simply go back and forth there. So, you know, if the computer is still working, use the Steinberg activation manager and deactivate there. And the new computer, when you install it, go to the Steinberg activation manager, you can activate it. If the computer is dead and you don't have access to it, at that point, you could go in through the web page and deactivate licenses on an unavailable computer. All right. See, Gerald Ely just says, hey, Greg, my friend who hated Cubase had to buy 13 for a class last month. He got the free bump to 14 and is now impressed. This is not the Cubase I remember. So it's great. Thanks for your support and helping your friend out and getting him to the bright side. Let's see, Gerald says his friends have a lot of bias against Cubase. They're Mac guys like me, so it might be used to Logic. I used Cubase before Logic existed. So yeah, you could also show them. It's a really interesting video on how the different DAWs utilize all the performance and efficiency cores you could probably find. So it's interesting that, you know, certain programs by companies that own the processors and the computers don't utilize all the CPU cores. So that's a good video to show them as well. All right. Mark Rabin wants Gareth to ask him if he's a tree. All right. We'll wait for the second part of that joke. All right. All right, so Mutlu Demis asks, hello everyone, can we trigger a kick sound on the MIDI channel with the sustain pedal? All right, so let me come over here. Let's add an instrument track. Let's do a quick groove agent. All right, so say I want to take my kick drum here. So we could do this utilizing the input transformer. There may even be a preset for it. So on the inspector tab, go to routing. Then on your instrument or MIDI track, we could see, okay, let's put this on the track level. We'll open the panel. And there may be a preset for this already. Sustain pedal polarity switch. Let me just. Okay, so we're going to transform. Let's see if we could just figure it out real quick. Okay, we're going to say type is equal to controller. And let's say our subtype is going to be equal to 64. Hang on a second, I have something on my controller. And then we want to come over here. So let's say we're going to change the type to note. And we want the subtype of the note. Say set to fixed value note, set to fixed subtype is going to be set to a fixed value of C1. Something that's sending MIDI messages. So you could just set it up to where you want to say type is equal to controller. The MIDI controller number is C64. I have something that's not allowing that to accept the input. Let me just look in my user presets one more time here. Okay. And so I think we want to, again, we'll say we want to take this, I think I had that backwards. Let's see if we go controller. So we want to set this to controller, and we want it to be subtype to controller 64. And then we want to convert this to a MIDI note message and set it to a fixed value. So we'll say subtype set to fixed value. So we'll just say subtype, and then that would be, so set to fixed value, and then we would choose C1 here, or whatever pitch that you want for the sample, and then that would transform your MIDI CC notes right there. So let's just try it for, see if I could get this working. For some reason it's not. Yeah, let me just disconnect one other controller. It seems like something is. But yeah, so choose type is equal to controller 64, and then we want to take incoming controller 64, change the type to note, and then we'll choose our subtype and set that to C3 or C1, and then you can do it just like that. All right, we see Gerald Ely saying Greg the grid relative tip is a great one I never knew about. Yeah, so it comes in handy for a lot of things. All right, so we see, hi Greg, what is the fastest way to sequence drums to have different pattern parts at the same time, either in Groove Agent or in the drum machine? So we'll just try with the pattern. So I'm not sure if you want to do 2 patterns at once, but here we could come over. So let's add a drum track, make it a pattern event. Just try. Okay, so let's say we're in the pattern editor. So I'm not sure if you want to do kind of a polyrhythmic type of thing, or if you want 2 different patterns playing at once. But let's say if we're here, all right, and let's say we'll just so when you're doing like 2 patterns, so if let's say if I have this pattern at once, I could, so I'm going to just drag this pattern. So I'm not sure if you want the patterns playing at the same time, but let's, so let's see if we, and let's say I'll just randomize a pattern here. So if I drag this pattern out, let's say later, and we switch. All right, so we have one pattern there that we just generated. I'll do it, and we'll add new pattern. Randomize it. All right, and let's see if we lay these on top of each other. I think that we could, let's say if I convert this to MIDI, this to MIDI, then I could drag these 2 events over top of each other, and so if you want it, so that way we could have 2 patterns playing at once on top of each other. But let me know if I'm misunderstanding the question, Anthony. All right, so we see JVI says his laptop is dead in water, but we'll do the deactivation step when I have the new PC. Thank you. So yeah. All right, so Jazz Dude just wants me to explain about kind of the differences, I guess, between the intended purposes of the control room plugins versus like the stereo output. So the stereo output is going to have the plugins that are here are going to have effect on the exported audio file. So when you export a particular file, like these particular plugins, when we go to the insert, will matter in that sound. Now the control room plugins are set up so that this is for your monitoring purposes. Let's say you are using like a room correction plugin, you want to use an analyzer plugin, something that and a lot of times if you're doing a room correction plugin, it's applying EQ to your mix so that your room sounds maybe like someone else's room, or it's kind of leveled out. Now, so that's correcting deficiencies in your room with the plugin. Now, we don't want those deficiencies of the room with the plugin to be applied to our exported audio. So at that point, we don't want to have the room correction in our mixdown file, because then it wouldn't make sense. So when we're doing plugins that are just for the monitoring path, that's when we would use the control room. And plugins that could be applied to the exported audio file and be heard, that's when we would use the inserts in the master fader. All right, you see Michael Teams granted Michael Pierce 1 gallon of hot chocolate with marshmallows and chocolate vodka as well. All right, sorry, my chat field jumped on me. Okay. See witty banter going on between Mark Rabin and Gareth. And Michael Teams comes in with a pun to hopefully close out the pun session. All right, so Soren just says, Greg, I discovered that Cubase freezes quite often because Wave Studioverse is used as an insert in a control room. I mean, when Cubase freezes, many blame Cubase, and it drives me nuts. Yeah, so a lot of times it's going to be third-party plugins, and we see continued. Let me see if the rest of the comment is there. So, yeah, so, a lot of the when we have issues, it's going to be third-party plugins. Yeah, okay. And he says off, and Soren says often it's a plugin problem. So yeah, it's true. All right, Rick Show asks, question: in the new drum module, if you use the per step panning, will it stay panned, say to the left, if you fire off another that is panned right, assuming longer duration sounds? Example effects. I think it will stay panned to the setting. So we'll give it a try really quickly here. Okay, so let's say we have All right, so let's say we have, and I wanted to do panning, let's say on these snares. So, and just to make sure, so will it stay panned to the left or right if you fire off? So if we do, so we could have this based on the steps. So one of the cool things that you could do within the pattern editor, so let's go to our drum machine, and I want to find, let's say, the pan control for this. So we're going to come here to the pan, so now I could pan the snare all the way to the right, all the way to the left. So I don't think that this would be kind of a continuous controller. So let's put it in center for now. And I'm going to right click on the parameter and we will say, let's get to pattern editor. So I'm going to assign to the step automation snares, the stereo pan. So we'll come here. Let's go back to our pattern editor. And when we go to the pattern editor, we can now see our pan setting. So when I go to pan, I can say, let's take this pan, move it all the way up, this pan all the way down, and I think this pan will still be in the center. We'll find out. Yes. So unless it's specified and changed here, it's not a continuous controller. So this way, this pan is still in the center because we haven't set a value to it. These two will be panned. So if I wanted to come here, I can make it super annoying. So that way I could take a parameter from the drum machine, for instance, and just right click and assign that into a lane in the pattern editor. So when we're here, but it doesn't, that's going to be for that particular event. And unless, so that's panning isn't going to persist all the way through. So if I come here, let's, so it's going to be just for that individual space and time as opposed to like a MIDI continuous controller that will keep its value. But let me know if I misunderstood, Rick. Okay, it says Sway TV says, hi, can you remind me how to remove, say, a bleed metronome on an acoustic guitar part in Spectral Pro using the registers? Selection is noise by selecting process, restoration, register noise. I don't think I have a good example. Let me see. Let's see if there's any guitar, like metronome bleed in this guitar part. So let me see if I could create some here. All right, so go to my signature track. We'll render an audio click between the left and right locators. Okay. Okay, so say. Okay, so I'm going to bounce these. We'll try render in place here real quick. Okay, so we're basically just going to render the click track into the guitar and see if we could take the click track out. Okay, so if we listen to this, if I did it right. All right, so let's take this into spectral layers. Okay. Okay, so let's come over to our modules, and I think it's going to be. So I'm not sure if you would register it as noise. I think that. Let me just see what the. I know there's a way to kind of take the. All right. Yeah, I know there's a way to kind of take one. And it looks like maybe you have kind of an older version, but let's. Maybe it's a channel remixer. I know that there's a setting where we could. All right, let me see if I do just the spectral layers on this track. Don't think it's that, but yeah, there's a way where you could take kind of, if you have the recording, to, I'm just having a brain cramp on it. I think they may have just. All right, so let's come to this. I'll say analyze selection. Yeah, I thought it was like a. Here, let me just. Maybe deep lead might be it. All right. Okay, so we're going to take, we have this track selected with the guitar, and let's try to de-bleed the click track out of it. And we'll listen to just the guitar part here. All right. So think it's going to be the debleed function that you'd want to try that. I'll see if I could get it all like this prepared for Tuesday's live stream. Sorry about that, Sway TV. See if, all right, so we see Gareth taking off. See Michael Marshall says, "Many thanks, Greg. You've made it a happy man very old." So. All right, Gareth wants everyone to hack the like button. All right, we see Jazz Dudes maybe checking out a Mac M4 Mini. I just wish they had more RAM, so. All right, so Jazz Dudes is asking, so yeah, number crashes with Sequoia 15.0, and I didn't update. Apple wants me to do something 15.1. Any idea, Greg? Is the late one suggested? So I haven't tried. Our IT department at Yamaha is always like very leery of getting the latest OS versions, but a lot of times, it's worth a try. But if you go into your time machine so that you could go back if it makes it worse. So check to make sure that you do a time machine backup, because like rolling back to a previous Mac OS they make it very difficult. All right, Anthony Clark asked, that works, thanks. Last question about the direct routing when selecting them by holding Shift versus sends. What's the direct routing scenario cases to use them? Do they help in parallel or effect signal? So direct routing can help if you're doing kind of more parallel processing. And also if you just need to send, like, let's say, if you're sending signal to like a headphone distribution system, like a hear back system, something like that, where you don't necessarily need to adjust the levels. But we'll show you just a quick how we could do parallel processing just on your Mac or just with the direct outs. So we'll take our guitar. I'm going to add 2 group tracks. Okay, so we are on our guitar part. And we're not, let's see if I have. Seems like everything should be. Let me just check my connections quickly. All right, I'll just do it on a different project here. Open up a different version of this. Here, I'll do it on a Hot Mess song here.
Sleeping
All right, so let's say we want to do like a parallel processing on bass using our direct out. So we're going to add 2 buses. So we'll get to the mix console, and I'll just bring this up since we can do our direct outs here. So we'll see our direct routing. So, especially if our sends are kind of utilized with effects, now what we could do is we'll just go to, let's say, our direct routing here. So when we go to direct routing, we want to scroll back here. So now I could send it to group 1 and to group 2. So I'm just going to send the bass. So we have our bass part. So group 1 and group 2. And when we do this, we want to go to the settings and turn direct routing summing mode on. And now we could take this and send it to both groups. So if I wanted to come over here and heavily compress this one, and let's say I'll put just a bit high-end EQ. So now I could just have 2 different. So this one's heavily compressed versus this one, and we could just kind of find a sweet spot. So, and I could still use all of my sends for effects, and I could just use my direct routing for all of my parallel processing pretty easily. All right, so Sable Winters is just telling everyone that Stevie Nicks' piano is up for auction for $50,000. All right, Michael B asks, is it possible to have template or something like Shortcut with multi-track or drum plugin, only a few mouse clicks preset? Yeah, so you could do it. So you could do a template, or you could save a track preset. So let's say if I come over here to new project, and I want to have, let's say, an instrument track. And we'll do just a quick Groove Agent SE, and we want to have multiple outs. All right. So we'll go to the mixer here. Okay, so let's see if I, all right. So we open this up, we'll play just a quick pattern, and then as we play, you can see all of our outputs here. Okay, so let's save it as a track preset. So we'll say save track preset, call it multi drum 11, 22, 24. Okay. So now let's come over to, just stop this from playing back its internal sequencer. Let's go to user presets, track presets, to VST instruments. Okay, I'll just make sure I did it right. Let's see if it shows up under multi. Yep, so let's just see. You can see maybe it just hasn't refreshed in Media Bay yet. We'll just take a quick look. Let's see if it has to rescan, but so I think that you could just save it as a track preset there. Oh, here we are, multi-drum, 11, 22, 24. So let's drag this out. And then as we play, we could see all the multi-track. So save it as a track preset, and then you could recall it in any later project. Let's see, Mark Rabin just broke a piano string that he was tuning. See, Uno Memento saying his oldest Cubase article is the Cubase 1.1 floppy disk. All right, so just see, can we use, let me, Sorry, my chat field jumped. Can we use modulator features on rack instruments as well? So let's give it a shot. I think it might be for instrument tracks, but let's find out. So I'm not sure if it's a software rack. So let's give it, or if it's a rack mount hardware piece. I don't think it's working with hardware rack mount pieces because the transmission is too fast for MIDI 1.0 stuff. We just okay. Yeah, so I think it's going to need to be an instrument track that it works with. All right. Okay, so we see Byron K asks, can you change the pads in the new drum machine to trigger MIDI notes into external drum module? So I don't think that the drum machine transmits MIDI to do that. So let's say if we come over here, these aren't going to transmit external MIDI, but you can with Groove Agent. So if you come over here, you could say, okay, I want to take my Groove Agent pad, and so let's say we go to this instance of Retrolog, and I want to set its MIDI input port, and we could say from Groove Agent. So we open this up, and so you could use this as a software, to trigger MIDI out to other devices, but I don't think the drum machine will allow you to do that. So yeah, it's not showing up. So, but Groove Agent can. Okay. Okay, Michael B asks, in the MIDI editor, how can I automate sensitivity of velocity of recorded notes? So I don't want to change the velocity, only change force, which it reacts to the plugin like compression in drum plugin. So, most of the time when you're dealing, that's going to be not necessarily in the MIDI editor. So the MIDI editor is going to send it out, but your instrument can respond to different samples. So let's say if I will load up a new instance of this, so it's going to be a setting within the instrument and not the MIDI editor. So if you come over here, let's go to our instrument, and so when we come over, you could often, let's see if it's going to be, so let's take a look in maybe like a beat agent kit. And see if we could see it there. But you might have like a velocity scale. So your velocity level here. So let's say I'm playing this pad here. So you could adjust kind of your velocity level, but if you're doing something like for a grand piano, so I'll show you like when we go to the grand, for instance, and we open this up, that when you go to the control here, you could adjust the velocity scaling of the instrument. So generally it's not going to be within the MIDI editor, but how the instrument is set up to respond to the velocity. All right, so we see Greg test generator. Test generator can generate noise, pink and brown and whatnot. Can you say what the use of that is? I think live heard that pink noise is useful in some way. So a lot of times what people will do when they're measuring kind of a room tone is, when we come over here, let's just add a quick audio track. And when we go to our audio track here, we'll say, and if you're doing like calibration for like room monitoring, you could just go to your inserts and send out. So under tools, we'll see kind of like your test generator. And let me just turn the volume of this down. Sorry. All right, but if now you wanted it to do different noise, you could come over here and see your different noise types. You could also do your noise sweeps. So like when you do, like if you have a home theater system, it'll kind of go through noise sweeps for calibration of your EQ to your room, but you could also choose your different noise types where you could now like do room correction based upon the different noise types right here. So most common would be white and pink. So this way you could use, we have people who use Cubase just to kind of generate white noise when they go to different facilities because they don't want to bring a noise generator or, worry about bringing a noise generator for that. All right, when will Cubase 15 Quantum going to be released? Probably when it's ready. So. All right, so Kevin Liker says, hi team, is there any way to get supervision to update the display when exporting, similar to how Control Room does for additional meter readings when exporting? If not, please consider implementing. So let's say if I come here, let's go to all right, so let's say if we are doing a quick project here. All right, so say we are listening. And let's see if I do like a real-time export. So we go to like an export audio mix down. And we choose a real-time export. And we'll see if that... Yeah, so just do a real-time export, and then while it's exporting, you can see the results in real time of supervision. All right, it says, furthermore, notice Cubase 14 no longer updates the cursor position when exporting as previously in 13. We just try doing it one more time, and I'll watch the cursor. So we're going to do the selected range. We'll say export audio. So we can see the cursor here moving. All right. So we see, hi Greg, I've not had much time to look at the modulators too deeply, but is there a limit to the number of modulators? So I think there's 8 modulators, and each modulator, like per track, can have 8 destinations. I think that's what it is, but it could be more. I haven't like fully maxed it out yet myself. But you could try it pretty easily enough and kind of keep adding modulators. Let's see if we have just a minute, how quickly we can. So we'll come here, we'll just keep adding. So it's 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. And then each of these can have 8 destinations. So should be enough, I think. All right, so with that, I think we are out of time. I want to thank everyone for the great questions. We'll be back Tuesday, and again, no live stream next Friday, a week from today. That will be a holiday here in the United States. But we look forward to seeing everyone on the Zoom meetup. And everyone, please stay safe and healthy, and we'll see you next week. Goodbye.